Good morning. So I'm back with yet another attribute related stream, and today I think the focus is going to be to get the link between consumables and attributes in order. So might be a bit too optimistic, but at the end of today's or tomorrow's stream, I would like if this character would be able to, first of all, that this consumable looks a little bit nicer, and that it's generated at runtime, so that the attributes of it differs between runtimes. And I want my character to be able to pick it up, consume it, and it should affect the character's stats. And also I want some form of just temporary way of visualizing which attributes that got changed. So that's the plan today. And I think that I'm actually going to start by just modeling a simple pear. So replacing this one with a simple pear would be nice. And I think it's been probably a month since I last used Blender, so let's see. Let's see here. There we go. And I'm not too sure that I even have a consumable file as of yet. Let's see. Source models, model items. Okay, I do. Let's see what that file has. Don't save. Good morning, Harukanan. I'd enjoy the lurk and enjoy the work. What do we have here? Fruit. Something. Drinks. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Would love to put this one in the game, but probably gonna have to make a texture for it then as well. Although I could use this one, I think. So juice. Let's see. Let's wait with the carton and just make a would be nice. Definitely need to rename these ones. Okay, which one is the pink background Bezier circle? Okay. Maybe we'll see. But fruits then. Just a very simple pear, kind of low poly. Would love to be able to use this model later on as well, so let's see. UV sphere, or yeah, should probably do. And let's see here. Would love to keep proportions roughly correct. So the character is 1.6, I think. Okay, so this is 1. Is it actually... Okay, so in radius 1. That's way too big. What do I want the diameter to be? Probably 0.05, right? Is that too small? 0.1 might be better. Feel extremely small. So the character then would be something like that. Maybe. Do I actually need more? Maybe. Okay, this is different in this new version of Blender. Subdivision surface generate. like for the curvature here to be a little bit cleaner. So out and in and then up. So it should probably be this one if... But then again... Definitely need an additional, probably only here where there's a lot of change. Okay, slowly starting to look the part. It's just I want to solve this and this. The silhouette is not the nicest here, but whatever. It's just a small object. Not entirely happy with the form just yet. As for this one, let's do And for the bottom here, let's see. Something like, I wonder if I should just do it like, could probably just go with a fill like that. But for the top, on the other hand, and a nice little leaf to just make it a little bit prettier, I suppose. That's a funny looking apple. Yeah, it is. Luckily, it's not an apple. Although it might be a funny looking pear as well. Let's see, I think I want to curl this leaf just a tiny bit as well. I wonder if I want to do it something like this. Just give it a little bit of form. Woolly Dev, what's up? How are you doing today? Something like this. Zoop. Zoop. Sang Chad, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Finally a bit of 3D modeling. Yes, unfortunately it's probably going to be short today. The plan is to just model this pear to replace this little prototype ball here. I just wanted to make it look a little bit prettier, you know, while I'm developing. But maybe, if I get feeling, I might model some more consumables, because it's fun. Hello, Sangchad. Thank you once again for the follow, by the way. Is it too small? Yeah, that's barely gonna be visible in game. I think I should probably make it comically large. So something like let's just see, maybe something like this. And said oh, come on. Like this, maybe. Golden ratio, bro. Educate me. Oh yeah, that's the golden ratio. Is a ratio between two numbers that equals approximately 1.618. Have I seen this a lot of times? Usually written as the Greek letter phi, yeah. Okay, so using this golden ratio, let's see here, 1.618, so I guess I want my pear to be 1.618 times bigger than the leaf. Cypher 5, how are you doing today? Yeah, I wonder if it would be nice. Nice to hear. Yeah, same here, same here. Okay, so So 1.618. Let's use the calculator for this. So what would it be? 1 divided by 1.618. So this should be the scale of the leaf, right? Am I getting that right? A pear, fuck yeah, Cooler SK. You into sacred geometry, or is this just a random thing? Define sacred geometry. Let's put it this way. I love modeling, but I also have this obsession with numbers. This time though, the golden ratio wasn't my idea, it was Dreamer 97's idea. But I'm not the one to say no to things like this. As an artist, I never do golden ratio by numbers, I just randomly do it. So I guess you do it by intuition. Yeah. I might be a step away from that for now. Okay, but let's see how it would look with this one a little bit bigger. Let's copy it, just move it. Where do I have it? Let's go with this one. Ooh, almost perfect. Okay, so including this little stem here, this is the size. This is size 1. Ascribe symbolic and sacred meanings to certain geometric shapes and certain geometric proportions. All that hippie jazz. Fuck yeah, I subscribe to that shit. I subscribe to it hard. Okay, let's see here. If the pear height is 1, the leaf length should be 0.618. Yes. I'd go without the stem personally. Leaves and fruit are actually pretty large in real life. So when you say I'd go without the stem personally, Dreamer, are you talking about removing it altogether from the model or just not including it in the length here? Yeah, okay, let's maybe start by... I do like the latter. Okay, yeah. I do like a leaf that is extremely large, like it's cartoony in a way I want my game to be. So yeah, okay, what did we say? 0.618. So S 0.618. Ooh, not too far off. Might actually go with this. Oops. And do it like... I'm a fan. Wonder if could even put a nice little cloth simulation on the leaf in game. But then I'm probably gonna keep them as separate objects. Let's go. Something like that. Fire indeed. It is a naturally self-established proportion order, though. Works well in engineering when working with water. Yeah, I saw some documentary about the golden ratio and like how you can find it in nature and stuff like that. Also bear in mind the perspective. Yeah, so let's see here. Just need to fix this one real quick. The leaf would disappear as it currently is if you find it from above. Yeah, so like strictly from above. That's a problem. Although I think the outlines might help a bit with this. It's gonna... Or you could also do... like skew it a bit. Just make it a little bit more visible or whatever. But yeah. So in game, let's see. Yeah, it's good, it's good. Need to keep things like that in mind. So when it comes to camera angles and stuff like in game, currently it's locked like this, but it's pretty free. And later on in the menu, I'm probably gonna go with rendered sprites, so pre-rendered images of these items. Haven't decided yet though. But yeah. Hopefully the outlines will help a tiny bit with... I will see. It's always a problem with thin objects. So like meshes that only exist in two directions, because they are always going to be invisible seen from a certain angle. Fucking hate it with leaves on trees in every game. But yeah, whatever. The object of type... okay, might want to fix this later on. Actually, I don't like that at all. The object of type visual information has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Okay. So give the leaf a small stem and a central vein, and give it some variation in depth plane, so it's not so 2D. I could do that as well, definitely. Just gonna fix this real quick. Visual information. should about fix that. It's a slim case. Okay, so Dreamer, it's a slim case, but a bit of X rotation would fix it. If I would go with simply X rotating it, then you have the problem of from this angle it's going to disappear. So it's just a question of which angle. But on the other hand, if we give it a central vein or something like this, and some variation in the depth plane, so you could go makes it a little bit better. Could even go more variation and it would be even nicer. Although and might as well let's take this, this and this and merge them. I mean, this is okay. This is good. And I'm gonna do it like this. Let's see here. I do want this one to have another color, and I do want this one to have another color. Mark seam. Luckily, there's very few items in my game that will have textures, so this one will also only be pure color, and we're going to work with a color atlas, so most of the consumable will use the same material, and the texture atlas will define the color, the specular, and so on. Ooh, I always forget, is this enough or do I need to... let's keep it like this for now. This one don't need a seam. Okay, beautiful. Let me just find one of my files here. So I have something called color texture character and color texture clothes. Just gonna duplicate clothes. Ooh, actually, I'm just here and instead of duplicating it, I actually deleted it. That's not good. Control D in Unity is for duplicating an object. Control D in Windows is actually deleting an object. That's not good. Color texture could be items, but probably gonna have a lot of items, so consumables. And let's see here. And I don't need text for this one, I don't think. Okay, specular color. What's a nice color for a pear? I'm thinking a bit more yellow-green for the actual body of the pear, and then a little bit more green for the leaf. Something like this. What do I know? And then I do want the specular of the pear. I want this one to be maybe not 1, but close to it. .9 in specular value. Might be a bit too much, but... And then let's do the stem. So brown. Dark brown. Do I want to go as dark as this? Yeah, let's start with this and see how it looks. Specular, however, for the stem, 0. And then finally the leaf color. Let's see. So I think these colors are pretty nice in here. This one might be a bit too strong, but they always look a little bit different in game as well when you have the different lighting setup and stuff like that. But okay, let's see. So specular for the leaf. So by default, not too much. Maybe go with 0.5 or something like that. Pretty. Yeah, I don't know about these colors. Actually, this one is a little bit too brown. Might want to make it grayer. Something like that. Okay, let's go. Color, atlas, texture, consumables. It's actually not how you spell it, right? You just skip the E here. Let's see. Consumables. Oops. Consumables, yes. So I just need to rename this one later on. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Okay, so what do we have? We have yeah, fuck that. Let's see. So this is probably body, right? Wow, Blender is a little bit slower than I remember it with this new update. That is nicht gut. Okay. And let's go material preview. Yeah, okay, so this is the body. That's nice. Do we have... I'm okay with that. This one is the bottom. This one is the stem here. And this one is... I wonder what this one is. But okay. Ooh, it's an okay color. It's an okay color. In Blender, that is. Stem. Let's just pack them onto each other. Yeah, makes you hungry. I could eat. What do we have here? This is not good. Or actually, yeah, this might only be principle B. Do we have anything else? Diffuse. Am I gonna have to open this one again? Textures. Okay, that's better, I think. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's a good start. Okay, we have one problem as well. Which... let's see. This one. The leaf. Let's see. That's a good question. Or which one? I do think all of them highlights. It's just that this one is selected, I suppose. I just can do this. Yeah. Good morning, Calvino. And what the fuck? That's not the first person that has referred to this pear as an apple today. But let's see here. So the problem is, or it's not as much of a problem as it's just gonna take some extra setup, and is that this leaf here, I want it to be rendered, so I want both sides to render. So I don't want any culling on this one. So could export it as one object and mark the whole object as double-sided. Or we could export it as two different objects and just mark this one as double-sided. And I'm probably going to go with that solution because, okay, I know we're going with two objects instead of one, but I don't want to render this one as double-sided, and it makes the leaves much more reusable and we can vary them in size. So the apple, the pear, whatever other fruits exist that have leaves can have the same leaf model or vary between the same four or something like that, and we can scale the leaf without scaling the actual fruit. So modular indeed. And also I want to move this leaf, so before we split it up I'm just gonna do this from above, maybe like that. Dude, like, this is a nice pear. This looks nice. And with some additional outlines on it. I think I'm gonna outline this. I think this is gonna be outlined. Might go with an outline on the leaf, definitely. Okay, so let's split this one. I always forget. Is it P? Yeah, separate by selection. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so let's rename this one leaf. Oh, do I have English? Let's just go with leaf 00. Probably gonna have a few. Yeah, one last thing as well. So, when it comes to the outlines in my game, they're based on normals and depth, but also on vertex colors. And the vertex colors are there to make outlines between some nails, for instance, work better. So I need to set the vertex colors of this one. So for now, solid, its attribute, if I remember correctly, and let's go with something like actually let's mark all of this vertex paint. Oh no, have they changed how this look? Fuck, where's my color selector now? Indeed, it's a snowstorm outside. Fuck, when I went to the daycare with my kid, it felt like I was in the Battle of Hoth. Okay, let's see. Why have they changed this one? Select. How the fuck do I select color now? This is weird. Okay, vertex paint attribute. Face corner in. Set vertex colors, okay, but what color? White, I suppose, but draw, blur, average, smear. Oh, nice. Yeah, would suck to have a dog that hates the snow. So you gotta like buy dog clothes and stuff like that. Oh damn, I wish her luck. What Blender version am I using these days? Splash screen 4.0, Blender 4.0.2, vertex paint color. Yeah. I get all this, but what the There used to be a color picker here. I don't get this. View. Or do I actually need to do draw? Oh, here we get the Jesus. Okay, so they haven't actually changed anything. It's just that this one was selected instead of this. Okay. Let's just do 0.5. Set vertex colors, and then I want to select this, this, and this, and this. And do 0.49. Should be enough. Okay, so that's for the stem. And then object mode, let's do this one as well. So 0.51. Okay, so the leaf, the stem, and the body of the pear should all have different vertex colors, so they should have separate outlines. So that's nice. Let's just create a couple of folders for these things. Okay. Yeah, one more thing. I want to rename this one as well, but not with a question mark. And then when we spawn this, could probably also vary the leaf size and stuff like that. A little bit of rotation, just add some randomization. But yeah. Ooh. Okay, so the new version of Blender screwed up my export presets. Should be okay. Actually, I don't think I want to export them. No. I want to keep them separate. Okay. Item consumable pear. Selectable object, apply transform. Don't care about animations, don't care about armatures. Apply modifiers. Yeah, gonna keep that one. Oh. Model without rig. Yeah. So if I do this and then do model without rig, selected object, apply transform. Okay, beautiful. I wonder how big this one is now. Normals import, actually going to calculate them. Yeah. Same for this one, actually. Nice. And then I want to create two set of materials as well. One double-sided, one single-sided. And I think I'm just going to copy... Let's take Collections, clothes. Basically just want both of these, I think. Item consumable collection, double-sided material. Jesus, what a long name. Material at the end might be a bit redundant, but okay, let's see here. Include fog, double-sided, cull off. Okay, nice. We don't have any normal texture for now. Rim threshold, rim constant. 0 here, a little bit worried about that one, but let's see. Quite big, but that's okay. A little bit too green. It almost looks like it's emitting light, but it's probably fine. How does the normal look? Pretty nice details there with the normals, or with the outlines, I mean. It's pretty nice. Definitely a bit too bright, but whatever. And then leaf, just gonna put it on here. Yeah, so it's not double-sided as of now. One more thing. Okay, the center of this one is actually in a pretty good place. This one, however, is not good. So probably want to change the origo of this one, whatever is it called, origin in Blender. Probably want to change the origin of this one as well, just make it a little bit more perfect, or so like actually it's as close to perfect as I want it. Okay, leaf here, item consumable collection, double-sided. So there we go. Beautiful, and we do have an outline here as well. It's a little bit thicker here than here though. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I wonder how it would look with cloth simulation on the leaf as well. Maybe a bit over the top. You would probably. Gonna do cloth simulation of every single leaf on a tree. So yeah, 4090 is a minimum requirement. Yeah, a bone solution would probably be better, right? But it would be so cute, like if the character runs around with the pear and the leaf is like wiggling along. Fucking lovely. Could do it with a spring bone, so the custom spring bone we have, I think. Might as well try it. It would look amazing. Yeah. Now I'm just thinking about, okay, let's see this one. Item consumable pear prefab. Let's add a rigid body to it. Right about here. Mass. What the fuck do a pear weigh? Keep in mind that this is a pretty big pear as well. So, dude, it's extremely big. 1 kilo. Or backlog it for future you to deal with. Future me has a lot on his plate, so yeah, maybe don't want to backlog it. Slash Crowley, what's up by the way? Premise of the game: take care of a garden. Take care of a garden. Make it nice and cozy so that creatures want to come and live in it, and then you want to take care of your creatures as well. That's pretty much it. If you've ever played Viva Pinata, that game is a huge inspiration for this one. I have some videos on my YouTube channel as well that goes through the premise of the game. Good morning, Ferda. 10% version 7.4 added pear weight. Yes. Premise: grow huge ass pears and eat them. Viva Per Ada. 1 kilogram pear, but that looks, so 1 kilogram, that's probably what this would weigh, right? Or 2? Nah, 1. Just trying, or, okay, it's almost as big as a watermelon. For how much does a watermelon weigh? 1 kilogram, right? Yeah, that's good. Use gravity, yes. Is kinematic, no. Interpolate usually works better, I think. And then I also want to add, what the fuck do I want to go with here? I want to go with a, not sphere collider, but a capsule collider. Is trigger, no. Physics material in the future, but not now. Oh, that's a nice generated little collider. I think I'm fine with that one. Could exclude a stem probably. Wait. Watermelon is like 9 kilograms. What? Dude. Have I been eating... Okay, so 2 options. One is I've been eating extremely small watermelons my whole life, or I've become so strong that 9 kilograms feels like 1 kilogram for me. Let's see. Average weight, maybe. 20 pounds. 20 pounds in kilograms. Dude, oh, okay, so you searched this before you wrote it. That makes sense. Okay, 9 kilograms. You probably had honeymelon from Ica. Yeah, I know that honeymelon is yellow and watermelon is green, right? But green, 9 kilograms. That's big. Okay, so let's go with 5 kilograms. I do want to keep my units proper to their size and density. Yeah, but 5 kilogram pear is fucking insane. Yeah. But I mean, it's a little bit cartoony. Yeah, it would probably be pretty easy to kill with this one. Smashing someone's head in with a 5 kilogram pear. Drops off a tree and leaves a crater, yeah. Or drops off a tree and kills a creature in your garden. Tragedy. Okay, so what I think is... Okay, now I'm overthinking things again, but I like it. Okay, so this one has a rigid body and a capsule collider. It uses gravity, so let's look how this... Or let's see how this looks when it runs. Oh, love this, except for the clipping of the leaf, but whatever. This is nice. Oh no, can't reach it. Time to implement the gore system. Yes, indeed. And a good thing with gore systems is you can just change the color of the fluid, and it becomes maybe fruit juices instead of blood. So that's nice. Yeah. Okay, but this is good. Oh, I would love to implement the character picking this one up right now, but that is going to involve one, a new animation. That's okay. Should be easy to do. But it will also be a little bit of inverse kinematics involved. And we're gonna add... yeah, I'm gonna wait with that one. But I want to be able to pick it up and just stick it to the character's hand. That would be nice. And this leaf, what the fuck is it? Would be nice to implement this leaf with some form of spring joint. Just make it a little bit more dynamic. Pick it up and put it on top of the head would be nice. Hey, I promise I didn't try to do a pun. It just happened. Oh, I like this. I like it. So it's like if I add a can I add some movement to the leaf without introducing an armature and things like that? For 10 minutes I've been getting... oh, yeah. That happens more often than I would like to admit. I wonder if I can just do... let's see here. Collections, clothes, headwear, hat. So this one, open up. Root bone, spring bone. So this one didn't rotate, I don't think. Spring constraint. This was a pretty simple component that just tried to... So the position of this one just tries to get to root, and then with some spring physics to it. So we don't have any rotation on this one, I don't think. Nah. If I want to make this nice, probably gonna need an armature. I need some guidance on something, if you can help. Let's see if I can. Maybe. Let's say you have a simple quad. In your frag shade it returns 0. So the quad is black. Is there any way I can blur the edges from the frag function? Depends. So let's see here. Depends on exactly what you want and what you need. So if we have a quad like this, the frag shader for this quad can only decide what pixels should render that are within the actual quad, if you know what I mean. So the frag shader for this quad can't decide what pixels outside of the quad can render or not. So when you talk about blurring the edges, you can't blur them in such a way that the blur is outside of the quad. What you can do instead is mark this quad as transparent, so some pixels are transparent, and then you calculate in the frag shader if a pixel is close to the edge of the quad, so right here, blur it, or like put the alpha value or make the alpha value smaller. I have no data where the edge is, that's the trick maybe. Yeah, so for primitive forms like a quad, so for primitive forms you could probably use mathematics, or if you use Unity generated primitives like a quad, I think it's generated by UVs, with UVs, so you have UV down at this end, you have 0, 0, and what is it? I think this is the UV it gets generated with. So you can actually use the UVs to blur closer to the edge. So then you know if a value is close to 0 or close to 1, then it's close to an edge. Hopefully that makes some sense. So yeah. Good luck. Okay, let's see here. Where did my pear run off to? Here we have it. So, the leaf here, right now, okay, I'm actually gonna try and add a cloth component to this leaf because I just want to see how it looks. Let's see, I'm just gonna look at this GitHub link first. Just to make sure. Planar shadow for Unity. Planar? I don't know. Believe in yourself, Ferda. Believe in yourself. Let's see. Planar shadow is kind of old school, but it is very cheap and useful for mobile games. Use shadow map. Render targets. Yeah. When is this from? Okay, this is 7 years ago. I could imagine this being more needed back then. plane height. So wait, am I literally from the Dark Ages? Yeah. So am I understanding this one correctly? It takes this object, and then it basically projects the points of this object onto a plane and then renders it, therefore pretty much simulating a shadow. So it projects the points of this one down to a plane based on the light direction. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It projects every vertex point of this model down on the plane, i.e. the whole mesh. So, but isn't this extremely constrained? So this assumes that the ground is always just a plane. As soon as you get varying terrain, it's going to break, right? But I guess that's okay. Yes, but I guess that's okay if like your game is built around just a plane as ground. So that's okay, but this is pretty cool. This is actually cool, and a very optimized way to do shadows, I suppose, back in the day, back in the Dark Ages. And I wonder if it comes with any more artifacts, because you can see here, I don't know, this white here, if you, yeah, I don't know. But okay, so what you want to do further is you want to blur this shadow as well. Am I correct? So you don't get these sharp lines here. Yeah. Ooh. Would have been nice. So yeah, you could do it in a post-processing effect, but I don't know if is it worth it. So blurring is actually extremely costly. I wonder if shadow maps usually blur. Okay, so that makes your problem a little bit more complicated, yes. How would one calculate the edges of this one? When it's projected on the ground. Yeah, that definitely makes it harder. No, it's okay. It's always nice to get new things to think about. But yeah, probably gonna save this rabbit hole for later, off stream. So I'm just gonna copy the link to this GitHub, or to this GitHub. Okay, let's see here now. Best case scenario in my game would be to have cloth simulation of this leaf. That would be amazing. Probably not going to go that route though. Remove component. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. And where do we have the paint? Okay, let's do it like this then. Apply all, and open prefab. Take this one. Why won't? There we go. Okay, so they only show. Okay. Would probably like them to be a little bit smaller. Select. Something like that. Further, no problem at all. Just wish I could help a little bit more. But yeah, that's a complicated problem, I think. So like by my initial verdict is, yeah, that's complicated. Okay. Let's take both of these. Max distance, surface penetration. Okay. First of all, let's select all of them. These are the only ones I want to fix. And then max distance and surface penetration, these are in oh, what is the unit for these? I think it is meter. But component max distance, yeah, pretty sure it's meters. Or if I remember correctly, they never tell. Max distance, the maximum distance a cloth particle can travel from its vertex position. So unit. Or is it a relative unit? I don't know. Max distance 0.75. For each cloth particle, you can set a display 2 types of constraints. Max distance, the maximum distance a cloth particle can travel from its vertex position. Okay, what is it measured in? I'm pretty sure, or I'm not pretty sure. I think it is the default unit in Unity, so 1 meter or meters. So if so, 0.01 should be 1 centimeter. 0.02 0.03, or is it it was pretty nice to model just a simple consumable at the start of the stream. Might start just modeling stuff from the get-go. Actually, now when I think about it, why do I do it like this? There's really no Yeah, but I mean, why? I think all of these should... Nah, it should be like this, I think. So max distance, that's from its original position, and this one should be able to travel more, since like these are going to be travel and drag this one with it and so on. I don't know if there's an easier way to paint it like this, but yeah, this will do. So let's just see how this would look. So 1 centimeter incremental, or yeah, might be a little bit too little, but whatever, let's try it. Yeah, wiggles a little bit, yes. Yes, it's a better option than static for sure, but I wonder if no. That's gonna look like shit. But with the correct setup of okay, so if you use the cloth component for the actual body of the pear, with the correct setup, I think you might be able to make it look like jello, and that would be pretty cool. Okay, let's try it real easy, or real quick. So let's open this one up and let's add component cloth. And do so this one. Not too many vertices. Manipulate back faces. And oops. Let's put the same value on all of these. So what do we want to go with? That would be a vibe. Everything like gummified. Yes. I would be extremely uneasy if that was the case. So what should we go with? 0.2, 20 centimeters. That's quite a lot. Maybe 10 is enough. If that's meters. Let's see how it looks. Oh, actually, it doesn't look okay. Yeah, the physics is a bit off. I wonder why. Yeah, 0.1 might be a bit too much. If anime games have jiggle physics, why can't our fruits have it? Yes. Perfection. What the hell is going on with the... Yeah, okay, so 0.1 is a bit too much. So we get everything hanging like this. I want to try... .1, yeah, that's way too much. Let's just go with 0.2. 0.02, I mean. Yeah, now this pear is one of the monsters. It looks more alive. I mean, it's not too bad. With just a tiny bit of jiggle. But yeah, okay, so a pear shouldn't have it, and it's definitely not worth it. But I mean, this looks pretty good. Now I want to create an item that has physics properties like this. Now I want to implement jello. Just a plate of jello. Look! It's pretty nice. Gotta give it that slight bobbing motion for an idle state. Yeah, with the cloth component that should be as easy as just I don't know, just giving a random rotation every frame or something like that. Or not every frame, but generating random motion. But yeah. Okay, so I'm actually positively surprised by how this looked. That's definitely not too bad, but not something I'm gonna have for the pear, unfortunately. So want to remove this one. Oh yeah, remove the cloth first. Remove component, add mesh render, right. It sucks that you have to open the prefab just to be able to move components up and down. There's probably some back-end reason for that. And I wanted to... Actually, for now, while developing this, I'm just gonna keep the cloth component on the leaf, if I can get it to look nice enough. I want to go way higher here, 0.02, 0.03 actually. Could probably do this in Blender, I think. And 0.18. Okay, I think that's nice. I do wonder why the preview of my outline shader or outline renderer feature in the scene view does this, but if I get some time someday I might look into it. Let's see. Ooh, this looks nice. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I love this. Love this, I think. Definitely. What the fuck? It's very nice. Yeah, look at this. You do have the clipping with the terrain, but whatever. You can't have it all. During development, I'm just gonna keep it like this. Oh, look at the outlines as well when we... Nice. Wow. Wow, that's pretty nice. Uh, Before I continue with this amazing pear and its implementation, I'm gonna take a break, just to get something small to eat and turn on one of my washing machines. So I'm gonna go AFK for 5 to 10 minutes. Definitely not more than 10 minutes. Oh Jesus, one sec. Okay, so the weather down here in south of Sweden is... I don't think it's ever been this snowy and windy since I moved down here. That's pretty insane. But yeah, so I'm just gonna go AFK for 5 to 10 minutes, so be right back. Okay, back. So, let's see. I just want to look at the leaf one more time before I move on. Exactly, enjoy the creation. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's see. What do I have more on my list of things? Okay, yeah, let's add some attribute, or let's add a what is it, consumable instance component to it, and some properties. And then I might need to extend my attribute functions a tiny bit. We'll see. Unscripted logic. Good day. How are you doing today? And thank you for the raid. Juicy pear indeed. That has been pretty much the implementing a juicy pear is pretty much today's task. So let's see here. Item consumable pear prefab. I want to add items consumable instance for now. I would like to, let's see here, test consumable. Let's just copy the value of this one, I suppose. Consumable instance, copy component. Paste component values. Nice. Okay, so this pear oh yeah, I think I want to do this one a little bit differently. Perry. Okay, I get it. So, right now the attribute function action triggerer, beautiful name, implemented yesterday, if I remember correctly. This one compares currently this value, compares it this way to this value, triggers this one if this one returns true, pretty much. Sometimes I would like to be able to skip this compare value and use the attribute source min or max instead. Oh yeah, I remembered one more thing. Yeah, that's pretty nice. You can explicitly assign it, or if you don't put any numbers here, I think they get implicitly assigned, if you can say that, to 0, 1, so pretty much incremental. It's nice to do sometimes. Defesmo, thank you so much for the follow. 1 second. Okay, back. I just remembered that there was one thing I wanted to do yesterday that I actually didn't do. So, let's see here. And it was to the attribute function action modifier. Instead of doing this with a switch case every damn iteration, so every time invoke is done, and actually every time for each of these attributes this switch case is done, and definitely don't want that. So instead, this one is basically going to be put to a... We do have this one though. We're going to use some funks. Funk, I think. C# funk. So, func string selector, string to upper. So, modifier type, modifier value, modifier type, modifier value. Let's start with modifier type first of all. So I just need to take a parameter, but I don't need to take a value, or I don't need to return anything, I don't think. So could just skip this part, I think. So system. Let's do something like this. Private func, and I want to take I do need to take a value here because modifier value might change. We don't have that one implemented just yet, but this one might definitely change between ticks. So let's just take a in actually, or can I just do modify function protected void. Private void assign. Is that a double S? Assign modify function. And this is where I want to have the switch case basically. Actually, get modify function func int. So here it would be return, but then again return value or modify value. Probably need to send in this one as well, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Modify function. Attribute instance. Modify value attribute to modify. Can I do it like this then? C# func with 2 parameters. I do need a result. So in, do I need to specify in? No. String int bool. Oh, you always have the. So that should probably be attribute instance int void. Can I do it like that? Ooh. Use the generic action T1, T2. Okay. Action. Nice. So but then again, do I need to define these as functions, or is it Come on. Would love to avoid implementing this as functions. Let's see here. C# action anonymous method. Would love is equal to return. I'm not too sure about this. Action T1, T2. Okay, let's see. So I would like to do something like return let's see if this works. Attribute to modify value, beautiful, and then probably like this. So it would be, for this one, it would be attribute to modify dot value plus equals to modify value. Something like that. So in setup, we're going to set up the modify function based on attribute function action modifier type. Concano Payno, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. And then I basically want to do this for each of these. Minus multiply divide. Set, so that's just equal to. Here, let's see here. Here's something like a value. So the modification value or modifier value is, if we have an attribute source, it's attribute source dot local normalized value. If we don't, then it's just a modifier value. And this is another function we're gonna have to assign. So modify function and then modify value get function or something, I don't know. But for now, so this if statement here is not actually going to be assigned within here, but rather when we call this function later on. So this modify value. Let's see if it makes any sense down the road. Mint, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. So basically what I want to do here is return attribute to modify, right, attribute, yeah, attribute to modify dot lerp value by local bounds to Dark Studio. Sorry if I mispronounced that. In your 3D game, which input system do you use, and also rigid body or character controller? I actually have a video on my YouTube channel about exactly that. But to summarize it, I use the new Unity input system, and to control my character, I use a custom written character controller that is based on physics. So it's utilizing a rigid body. Okay, something like this, but then we also need to return something here, and this sucks, but I guess you could just do return, fuck it. For now, could just return an empty fucking function, but that's ugly. This is ugly. So instead, could just make it default to addition. Or we actually have none here. Appreciate Calvino. I can also recommend it. This irks me the wrong way, but let's keep it like that. And before I can simplify this or optimize it, probably an optimization the compiler would have made anyway, but let's see. This modifier value, I want to do something like this. So the way we get the modifier value. And modifier type, I wonder if I should introduce an additional attribute function action modifier type. But attribute function action modifier value source. Which would look something like value source default. Value source. So basically what these enums will decide is do we use this modifier value as is, or do we base this modifier value on the source attribute, or do we skip this value entirely and just go with the source attribute value? This one, that might actually be something. It's this one. Want to be able to use these functions. So yeah, instead of working with for loops and so on, it's just a more functional programming way of doing it. Default and source min, I think, source max, and later on down the road, actually I want a lerp value by local bounds. I want a local normalized, global normalized, and later on I might have an additional like local normalized multiplied or something like that, where it's going to be extended a lot in the coming days or weeks. Willow Cricket, what's up, by the way? Can you go over briefly on what exactly the portion of the project you're working on right now, please? Because I'm lost in the sauce. Let's see. One sec. Yeah, I'm working on an attribute system for my game. So a system that is going to handle every entity in the game world's attributes. So like intellect, agility, strength, happiness, hydration, energy, age, color. Everything that could be considered an attribute is what this system is supposed to handle. And I'm trying to implement it in a modular, generic way, such that I can define this on the fly, pretty much. No, just ask away. It's ask away. I love answering question. Too Dark Studio. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. The terrain I'm currently using in this project is Unity default terrain. I basically just put it in the scene to have a semi-nice looking scene to work with, as well as to test my character controller against. The idea in the future, however, is to actually... I will probably implement my own terrain system. Yeah, I know, don't reinvent the wheel and so on, but I'm gonna need a lot of custom functions, or functionality with my terrain. And when it comes to creature AI, I think I'm gonna do I want to implement my own terrain also because it's going to make it how should I put this? I have an idea that I can implement an optimized way for multiple creatures to traverse the map easier and less costly than if I would go with Unity default terrain and Unity AI, the Unity AI implementation. But yeah, we will see down the road. You develop your own components and plugin inside Unity, right? Yeah, I have some components and plugins I develop myself, yes. All of your developments are inside Unity game engine at the moment. Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, so this attribute system, I think I started implementing it last week, Tuesday last week, and it has come a long way. And I'm actually proud of where it ended up. But yeah, let's see. So we're gonna have this one as well. And let's see here. This one is going to be, so we had get modify function, and then we're gonna have action Is this one actually going to be void? So can I write it like this then? So modify value get function. I don't know about the naming of these, but whatever. And I want to do something like action get get modify value get function. And then we want to do a switch as well, but on this one. Which I haven't defined yet. So modifier type, serialize field, source, modifier value. Probably want to rename this one to, maybe I should just go with value here actually. Don't want to do modifier value here. I want to modify value. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. But this one, maybe just rename it to value actually. Or parameter. Let's keep it as value for now. So let's see here. Get modify value get function. Or could rename it a little bit to make it a little bit nicer. Modify value source function. So get modify value source function. Wait, why are these not in order? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's weird. Source min. Global normalized. Definitely, I think I want to rename those to normalized local and normalized global. Okay, so default return. So this is just an action that takes nothing and returns a value. Is this too unoptimized? Because this value is going to change this one or this one. So for instance, attribute source local normalized value might change. Might need to do this as func. Action with no parameters and one return value. I wonder if this is func. Yeah. So action is pretty much func, but without return values. Am I understanding that correctly? So, oh, here we have a func with just a t result. Okay, in and out. Ooh, let's see. Func and out. Float, I suppose. Ooh. Am I on a .NET Framework 4.0 has added in and out. So invalid variance modifier. Only interface and delegate type parameters can be specified as variant. Okay. Okay, this sucks. Let's see, Unity C# func with no parameters and one return value. Okay, predicate, nice. I speak. Bro, where did you learn how to do this? I studied on university, but a lot of that was non-game dev related. For game dev, I've just taken the knowledge from the university and learned by doing, basically. I just know simple CSS, HTML, and JS, I suppose you mean. But anyway, like, that's good. You can work with that. Okay, so none of these answers my question. Can I define a func that only returns a value and takes no parameter? Yeah, it should be this one, t result. But then I need to define out, and or is if you just have one argument, then it's probably a return type, right, for func, because func don't return voids. That's the work of the actions. So let's try this. Then I should be able to do return. Do I even need to do this? I think I can just do return, maybe, or probably not. Let's do it like this and see if we can change it later on. So default here, I just want to do yeah, okay. So we want to do it like this, and bro, don't feel bad. I went to school for this too, and I don't even know what the fuck is going on. Well, so maybe I'm overcomplicating stuff, maybe, but we'll see. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I have this attribute function action modifier, which will define how an attribute will be modified, and I want to define, or I want to store how to modify it and with which values to modify it in functions, basically. But let's see here. So something like lazy value. I don't want to work with lazy value. Do we have func bool method call output send to file? So I should be able to just do if I would put this in a method, it should be okay, but would like to not do it. Okay, so something like this. Func bool method called delegate You can use the func t result delegate with anonymous methods. Yeah, definitely want to use an anonymous function, but do I need to define delegate like this? Let's try it. So return delegate return value. Oh, fuck. Anonymous function converted to a void returning delegate cannot return a value. But it is. Oh yeah. Action. Jesus. We want to return a func float from this one, and that should be okay. Oh, beautiful. But I should be able to return it like this as well. I just think this is a nicer syntax. I think. Source min M96K3Y. Thank you for the follow, and just curious, multiplayer or single player? Single player. And we will see where we can go from there. But yeah, it's going to be single player from the start. Multiplayer DLC 2030? Yeah, probably. I do, however, keep in mind that I still want to be open to multiplayer, so because going from single player to, or implementing a multiplayer in a game that wasn't thought to be multiplayer from the start can be extremely tedious and a lot of rewrites. But yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be single player. I love both single player and multiplayer games. But I've always thought about this game as a single player game, but with the possibility of multiplayer far in the future. Source min, here I want to return yeah, so here's the thing. When it's source min or source max or normalized local, I think. Then, these should actually be, yeah, let's add a source here as well. Then it's also always a question of if this one, the source, exists or not. And so I'm talking about, let's see here, attribute function action. I'm talking about this one. So this one will be used for attributes that depends, or attribute modifiers that depends on a source attribute. And this one might not be set. So the question is, Yes, thank you for watching, Calvino, and good luck on the walk, or enjoy the walk rather. I don't know how stormy it is right now. So in get modify value source function, I want to check if source attribute is set. If it's not set, I want to return some default function. So it's probably going to be something like this. Let's see here. If it's going to be a lot of copied code here. I want to check modifier value source. Source. Yeah, let's. How can I clean this up? Because it's basically going to be if attribute source is equal to null, else. So here modifier value source, modifier value, it's okay. So if attribute source is equal to null in this case, then something is wrong in the setup. So source dependent value source chosen, but no source set. That's a error message that doesn't say shit to someone that doesn't have full understanding of this, but yeah, whatever. And then we just return the same as the default one. But the problem is I'm just gonna set this one as well. So this one will return source attribute, or attribute source rather, attribute source dot min. Right. Dungeoneer 3, thank you so much for the follow. So here's the crux, or however you say. This if else clause is going to be copied here, here, and here. And this part is going to be the same for all of them. So a lot of duplicated code. Can I restructure this to avoid that? Could do this. I'm not too sure. Maybe. Let's see. Public enum. No. Public class attribute function value source methods. Public static bool is source dependent. This Pretty good. Switch. Case. Let's see here. Extension methods must be defined in a top-level static class. It's a nested class. Fuck me. That's unfortunate. Could just take these and move them outside actually. Hi, can't you just check enum value, x value source is bigger than 0? Yes, definitely. But what if down the road I add test y is equal to 5, which is not source dependent? Then I'm fucked. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's one option, definitely. I usually bind a custom attribute to the enums and check if it is defined on the enum/value. I usually bind a custom attribute to the enums. So instead of I'm not entirely sure I get exactly what you mean. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna move these outside of the class, although it would be nice to have them inside. Oh, what is the... Yeah, definitely. As long as you upload it to Imgur or some other source I know about. Okay, let's see here. VS Code fix indentation shortcut. On Windows, Shift Alt F. I'm gonna have to change my setup, so because this is how I want to do it. But okay. Wait, actually, does this one... Oh, it changes the whole file. That's not good. Panosa, prnt.sc, I have no idea what side of that is, so I'm gonna hold off on opening that one. But if you could like upload it to Imgur, I would appreciate it. Enum filter attribute is a custom attribute I can attach to any enums which has different attributes. I like the sound of that. Auto indent selected code VS Code. Thank you, appreciate it. It just, I'm a little bit wary of links I don't know about. Click text it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's just do it real quick like this for now. I wonder though why I couldn't have a static class. Oh well. So now I can do down here diligence, humility. Fuck yeah, I do. So we can start modify value source function. Here we could just start by doing if oh, thank you. I'm gonna check this link first. And just to make sure. Okay, here we go. Enum public enum filter exclude true. Whoa. This, I like the look of this. What the fuck? Enum filter, is that Unity's? Like, is this a custom solution you have done, or I've never seen this before. Damn, that's pretty cool. So it's pretty much enums with assignable values to them, basically, right? Can I show this on stream, by the way? Is that okay? Yeah, duplicated code sucks. Oops. Okay. So the shortcut for zooming in and out on Imgur is the same shortcut as voting up or down a post. That's weird. Enum filter attribute extension. Oh. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, this is pretty nice, actually. Order exclude. Yeah. And then yeah, okay. I'm gonna check into that after. That seems like a pretty good solution to this sort of problem, actually. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so for now, unfortunately, I'm just gonna put them outside of here, but that looks, it's okay. So what can be done now is modifier value source dot is source dependent. So we can check this. If it's source dependent and attribute source is equal to null, then we just change modifier value source to be equal to default. Nice. So when we want to get the modify value source function, we check if it's source dependent. If it is, we also check if attribute source, so that it's not equal to null. But if it is, then we set it to default, because if it is source dependent and this one is null, then we can't get any value. I don't know what paste bin is a pretty used one, right? If that works. Panosa coming in clutch. Okay, so then we don't need all of this, because we know that if we get down to here, this one is not null. So that's nice. Max return attribute source dot normalized local normalized value. Default could probably do, or return okay, like that. Beautiful. So in setup then, the first thing we're gonna do here is modify function is equal to get modify function, and modify value source function. Oh, no. Modify value source function. Get modify value source function. So now we have a function for modifying the value, and we have a function for getting the value which we will modify. This one, yeah. Thank you, Penosa. Appreciate it. I will copy that link for now, add it to my notes. And then when we do invoke here, this one is actually going to be, let's remove this one, yeah. For each attribute targets A, and here we are going to do modify function, attribute instance argument 1 is going to be A, and argument 2 is going to be modify value source function. I think cannot convert from float to int. Ooh, did I actually? Yeah, that's not right. I'm gonna go with float there. There we go. Okay, I think this is quite nice. Although could be cleaned up. Yeah, if I'm using this, I might as well. Okay, let's see if this works. And the question is, did any of my setups screw up? So attribute function modifier age, modifier type addition, not subtraction, modifier value source default, and it's gonna be 1. So this modifier doesn't have a source. Its target is age, it's subtract by 1. Yeah. And then we have this one, modifier type, lerp value by local bounds inverted. Nice. Modifier value source, source normalized local. Value 0. And last one, what is this? Okay, this was no modifier, this was a trigger. Beautiful. So pear here, it has an age of 0 but a max age of 10, so after 10 seconds it should be deleted, but also these attributes should be affected by age. So the older this pear gets, the less bitter it should be, the less salt, and so on. Let's see what we get. I actually have 2 of these, so one might give an error, I don't know. 1 sec. My pear here seems to Like it's not properly setting up. This one though does. Oh yeah, of course. So the pear doesn't have an attribute handler right now, so might want to add one of those. Okay, something is wrong with the setup. Attribute functions. Attribute functions scheduler by time, delta time 1. Okay, so why doesn't this one work? Ooh, one sec. No, it should be okay. So the problem is that, let's focus on one of these at a time. The attribute function scheduler by time, so each second the age of this pear should be updated. Yeah, it's not subtraction, it's addition by 1. That should probably fix it. Yeah, okay, so it works. And deleted on age reaching its local maximum, I think it is. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so basically instead of doing this switch case for each attribute loop here, we now do it in setup, get the proper functions and execute them. Very nice. So that was one of the tasks. What more do I have? Or what is the time? Okay, I still got some time. Okay, here's the next thing I'm gonna focus on, I think. So when this character picks up this pear and consumes it, the character's some of the attributes should be incremented. So right now, what do we have? Body. Right now this character only has energy, but let's add body attributes. I think I can make this into a list actually. Yeah. Body definition. Body attributes. Let's just go attribute instance. Body attributes, and here we just return body attributes. Should be able to do new here, right? Okay. Okay, so body attributes here, we will have 3, I think. Ooh, it's one more thing I want to fix here. I want this title here to change based on the attribute. Oops. So let's go age first of all, energy. Let's do this. Attributes, let's add one more. saturation. Unit, I don't know, question mark for now. Global min and max 100 maybe. So a character will have age, energy, saturation, and might merge these two later on, but hydration as well. Okay, so in a pear, for instance, or in consumable instance, we have age attribute, taste attributes. So this should be consume related attributes, because other than taste attributes, we're also gonna have what do I want to call it? Anyway, attributes that whomever consumes this one. Okay, so let's see. A definition of how the attributes of the entity that consumes this one will be altered. So for instance, for a pear, it might be energy +5 and saturation +5, hydration +2, I don't know. And for that to work, I'm gonna need to implement some form of, or I'm gonna have to extend attribute modifier. Where do we have you? Or attribute function. So right now we have a scheduler that is instant. So basically something that is invoked instantly. Or right now, every attribute function is handled like it's, if we add an attribute modifier or attribute function to some entity, the attribute function stays on them and ticks or waits for events or whatever. But there will also exist attribute functions that are like a one-time apply. So when we go to attribute handler and we do add attribute function, we don't need to do this, but we need to do these. So attribute function, so it's pretty much just going to be set up, started, and then it's done. A simple boolean here might suffice. I would like to do scheduler instant. It just feels like such a instantiating a Unity event. Yeah, Unity event might be overkill performance wise here, especially for instant, but Let's keep it like that. So for instance, for example, for an attribute function that is instantly and doesn't hang around, so it just applies whatever it's supposed to modify and then removes itself basically, then all of this is quite overkill. So let's check here what exactly would happen with such an attribute function. So setup would be called scheduler setup available attributes. So this one would call setup, and tick is equal to new Unity event. So we instantiate a Unity event. Then it's instant, so we don't have any setup here. And then action setup available attributes would be called. And this one just gets the source for this one, but for modifiers it does a lot of things. But this is okay, I think. Yeah. Attribute function. So after that, after the setup, we do get start, and then we do scheduler tick add listener action invoke. So for a instant scheduler, we just do tick invoke from the start. And that means that invoke is called, we apply all of these, and then we're done. So we have instantiated, so basically for just applying a value to an attribute once, a Unity event is instantiated and a couple of function references are set. Might be I think it's okay. It's something I need to keep in mind, which I do thanks to this one. But I think I can let this be like this until it turns out it's a problem. So I guess attribute function, I would not need to, we define a scheduler, we define an action, and just something like serialize field. Applied once, or single use function, or just single use, single trigger, single execute might be maybe not the best, but and if I'm gonna be honest, I think this is only used in attribute handler. So if attribute function single, that's attribute function field serialize field, and I want this one to be public get private set. So yeah, I think this will only be used here, pretty much single execute. Or actually, if it's not a single execute, then we add it to the attribute function list. Otherwise, we just do this. And this one will probably be destroyed and collected by the garbage collector. Because, okay, if we consume an item, that item will be removed from the game world and destroyed. And so will the attribute function with it. But then again, attribute function scheduler, stop, remove all listeners, attribute handler. Or could actually do an even nicer way to do this, to be honest, would be attribute function scheduler instant. What if this one just didn't exist? And instead, if a scheduler is not set, then we just do action instantly. That might be a better solution. Now when I think about it. But I don't know if I will support this in this game, but let's say for instance that you put on a pair of gloves that gives 6 more intellect or whatever. That's a instant something that's applied instantly. So when the entity puts these gloves on, an attribute modifier will be added to attribute handler that changes the intellect to +6. And that attribute modifier needs to be in the attribute handler until those gloves are removed. That's when 6 intellect is removed from the attribute, or that attribute modifier, including those 6 intellect, are removed. But that is a instant attribute function that actually needs to be handled by the attribute handler. So we can't skip having a reference to that one. Although consuming a fruit, for instance, that's an attribute modifier that we want to remove. Yeah, and it also comes down to how exactly do I want to implement consuming something. If we take a pear, for instance, or if we take any consumable, should all consumables be instantly consumed? Like, if something is consumed, in the next frame, will that object be totally consumed and the entity that consumed it attribute fully changed? Or is consuming something a process? Will you be able to start consuming something and after a while stop and like half of the object is consumed? Yeah, probably want that. So single execute might not be Chilled 2424. Welcome back, I suppose. Okay, so single execute might not even be needed. When do you plan on releasing this? I can't answer that. Far in the future, at least. Release date TBA. So basically what I'm thinking about right now is how would a scenario of consuming something look? So entity picks up consumable. Entity start consuming consumable. Will it be instant or timed? So for instance, entity might have something like might actually have an attribute called I don't know, consume speed. Have attribute consume, or not consume speed, but consume rate, I suppose, where 10 is equal to, how can I spell this? So having a consume rate of 10 means that the entity consume rate of 10 means that that E can consume 10 units per second. Units might be would love to be able to solve this without introducing an additional attribute just for this, but I mean it could be the weight, or actually every entity is also going to have weight and size. Yeah, so can consume 10 units per second, where units is based on weight, size, and length, I suppose. Wonder if this one might be redundant. But that means that so I wonder if this would, for instance, lead to entity adding some form of weight decrease attribute modifier to whatever is being consumed, while C is adding its attribute modifiers to entity. Is this so? For instance, E is adding a attribute modifier to C that decreases the size of it based on how much units C can consume per second, while C is adding its attribute modifiers to E, and those are usually like increase energy, increase saturation, increase hydration. That's one way to solve it. Yeah, I think it's... I need to go back to the drawing boards when it gets to how something should be consumed. But I'm semi liking this solution. So consume rate would be an attribute that is defined in body, I suppose. And how much units something is would probably also be defined in maybe an attribute handler. Maybe attribute handler can fix that one. Yeah, something like this is probably what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. Not set in stone, but probably yes. question, why don't you open Stack Overflow? I mean, it's a valid question. I do open Stack Overflow and similar dev forums sometimes. Usually it's the Unity forum. But I haven't really been... The things I've been implementing these last couple of weeks has been all things I could just resolve by looking into the documentation. And actually we have 2 Stack Overflow tabs open here, so I do open it, but it just hasn't been as often these last couple of weeks. But anyway, I'm gonna have to call it now for today. Tomorrow I will continue with this, probably something like this, but I don't know. Anything can happen. Maybe I start by designing some other consumable, an apple maybe, who knows. So I just want to say thank you for watching. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.